Hey guys, it has definitely been a while since I have had a live or we've had a family chat. I hope everybody is doing fine. So, how are you guys? I will give everybody a few minutes to get in here. Share this live out, it will be important. Hey, Channel Surfer, how are you? There's only 2 in here right now, and that's okay. There's 3. Hey, Mississippi Granny, how are you? We are going to be talking about Jody Sue's countdown. Hey, Katie Kitty, how are you? I'm doing better. I still do not have any hearing out of my left ear, but I did go and get the CAT scan done, and they don't think it is so much an inner ear problem as it is an exterior eardrum problem. But I do have another appointment with my ear, nose, and throat specialist August the 9th. I am so glad that you caught my live, Mississippi Granny. Hey, Ursa Bruin, how are you? Hey, Oreo, long time no see. Y'all definitely go share out this live real quick. Share it out in any discords. I know that there's been a lot of people talking about Jody Sue's countdown that she's had going for quite a while now, wondering what it is, what she's counting down to. Yes, definitely hit that like, because we need to get this into the algorithm, because I definitely think that I know what that is. What did they say about your blood test today, Small Fries? Hey, Susan McMillan. What did they say, Small Fries? Or is that something that you would rather email me and let me know? Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that it may be kidney failure. But you know, there's so many good doctors now. Kidney failure today is not like kidney failure was even 20 years ago. 100 years ago, 50 years ago, kidney failure was a death sentence. Even 25 years ago, kidney failure was a death sentence. But in the last 10 years, they have made advancements with dialysis and donations and all sorts of things, that people are living normal lives with kidney failure. I know I lost a really good friend of mine, back about 20 years ago with kidney failure. And my aunt has been living the last 10 years with like stage 3 and stage 4 kidney failure. So as long as you stay up with your doctor, you follow a good diet, you take your medications, and it's in the early stages, you should be okay. Let me get my phone and let people in my Discord know that, or the people I'm in Discord with. I don't have a Discord anymore. So, Jody Sue has made remarks. There is a 6-pack of Dons. There's a half a 6-pack of Candaces. But I'm the only Jody in the holler. I noticed right away when she first come onto YouTube. When we started trying to run a background check on her, she had scrubbed everything of hers and Andy's. And when you would go to Truth Finder, it would tell you that the information had freshly been removed. What little bit of information was left out there kept coming back to a Jody A. Brown. And that's the way all of her information would come back. The information to Jody Sue Brown is only like her Facebook, social media accounts. There is nothing, no hard anything that comes back. And that green eyes guy in the very beginning referred to her as a Jody Ann Brown. Now, I don't know exactly what she is, but I think that it is a huge coincidence. A huge coincidence that all this information is coming up now. That this Jody Ann Brown is coming back to her. Jody Ann Chambers is coming back to her. Now, here's why that's important. The Chambers live on the corner of Beach Creek and Ben Hill. It's a corner house. Jody Sue and Andy lived past Candace and Don's house up on the left. So the day Summer comes up missing, the two people that was out searching for Summer before Candace knew she was gone was two neighbors, one from each end of the holler. How did Donnie Chambers, from the very end of the road from Ben Hill and Beach Creek, from the very start of the road, how did he know summer was gone before Candace did? Was him and Jody Sue together previously, earlier in that day? Was he and Jody Sue together when whatever happened to Summer happened? There's one recording where she's going on about they had been searching the creek. And when Candace comes down off the driveway, she goes up to Candace and she's like, I'm sorry, you know. And somebody asked her something, and she says, well, it wasn't just me. It was the neighbor that was helping me search, too. He was standing behind me. So I can put Donnie Chambers there as early as when, but when Candace come down off that driveway, he and Jody Sue had already been, in her words, he was walking the creek, the banks of the creek, while she was in the creek. We have been led to believe that it was every dawn in Beach Creek that was helping her search, except for the correct Dawn. Why? Why was the truth not told from the get-go of who the real person was that was helping with the immediate search? I guess they do call him Blue Roof Don. I don't know, but his name is Donnie Lee Chambers. I don't know about any nicknames. His son Daniel is the one that Marlena Crawford pinpointed Candace sexting and said that Candace had a relationship with Daniel Chambers. Well, when you go back and you look at Daniel Chambers' Facebook, on June the 30th, locals had been driving by, not YouTubers, locals had been driving by and yelling and hollering and screaming about they're the ones that own the red truck. The red truck. Jody Sue said that they did not even own a red truck. Well, Truth Finder says differently, and there's pictures that says differently. It might not be the red truck that we have been sent on a wild goose chase looking for, but it is a red truck. Why were the locals so adamant that they were riding by there and hooting and hollering and blaming them as early or before. The post was made on June the 30th. And it had already been going on for several days. That, the locals harassing the Chambers there about their involvement. If the locals, and the reason I say this is because we have heard very little from the locals. We know that community kind of takes care of its own problems, or tries to. They cover for each other. They police their own things. So for that community to be pinpointing one of its own, that throws up flags to me and says maybe we should look into this. Now, Don Wells says right away in some of his earliest interviews, and he says this to Chris McDonough as well, he says, the moment I pulled up and I seen my neighbor Dawn, my heart sank and I knew she was gone. Y'all remember that? Why would Don feel that way about his neighbor Donnie? And for a long time, we thought that he was talking about Don Sherfy or Don Sherfy Jr. But he wasn't. He was talking about Donnie Lee Chambers. From the get-go, the Chambers home was set up with security cameras all around. And my question would be, why? Usually, you find those type of security cameras in areas like that if you're dealing drugs, trafficking children, selling moonshine, doing nefarious things. But what would make Don immediately, when he pulled up on his bottom property and he seen Donnie Lee Chambers, he said, my heart sank and I knew she was gone. If there was just a couple of questions that I could ask Don and Candace Wells, that would be amongst one of the few questions that I would love to ask them. What made your heart sink and know that Summer was gone the moment you seen Donnie Lee Chambers? And don't forget, accompanying Donnie Lee Chambers was Jody Sue Brown. And according to Truth Finder, the way that you contact Donnie Lee Chambers is through Jody. You have to contact her to get a hold of him. These people have connections in Idaho. Atlanta. Other parts of Tennessee. There's another Billy that lives on Beach Creek too, that's older than Billy Dishner. That is the same age or close to the same age as Grandis. That kind of fits the description better of someone who would probably get drunk, sleep in the sheds, and make passes at Grandis. That has a little bit of a record, but the important part about him is from there you have direct links to the McLeans. McLean, like as in Jerry McLean, and that goes back to Donnie Lee Chambers. And I am told right from the beginning that Jody Sue said, well, the one person I know that cannot be involved is Donnie Lee Chambers. He's a man that works for the government or the military, doesn't own a red truck, that's just clean as a whistle, and that is the farthest thing from the truth. He may work for the government or the military, but clean as a whistle, he's not. Mama Sita asked, Val, are the Chambers a big family in the area? I don't know about their extended family in the area. I have just been primarily focused on the area at hand right now at the moment, and how even some of the people that has died, like Jerry McLean, is tied to people who know that has dealings with Polly Bernard and the Chambers. And I have not even yet opened anything to look in on Carolyn Sue Chambers, Donnie Lee's wife. I don't even know what she's about yet. But it's all very interesting because, it makes you wonder. There's some truth in everybody's lives, right? I hear that Jody Sue has recanted and backed out of her story about her being sold to Andy. Well, then who might she have been sold to? And who did Andy get her from? Certainly makes you wonder if there might not be some truth to that, and if she might not have been sold to some people in that holler and maybe that's why she has so many last names, because Chambers is not the only last name. That I can link her with. It seems that she has used other last names of people that also live in that holler. So, why? I mean, we can't possibly be married to everybody in that holler. We can't possibly be. What would be the reasoning for using mashup names to other families in that holler? Hey, Guidance. Hey, Killer. Come on in and take a seat. When I get enough people in here, we're going to talk about Jody Sue's counter and what she's counting down to, her tick-tick. Right? Her con schemes. Hey, Cat's Eye. Hey, Lady R, I've not seen you in a long time. Good to see you. Y'all don't forget to hit the like button, get me back into the algorithm, and share this out. Like I said, I would like to have about 60 in here so we can really spread this information about what we're counting down here. If y'all can drop it in a couple of your Discord groups, that would be great. Well, hey, Baton Rouge, how are you? Hey, Jetta from Texas. You may be right. Jetta from Texas says she's pretending to be someone else, and email us to remind her of who she's impersonating. There was something up tonight about articles that she's wrote and books that she's wrote. Well, she has to be writing them under somebody else's name because I've not found any of those articles. I've not found any of those books. Hey, Karen. Exactly. I saw that, Baton Rouge. What articles? What books? Is that just some more of her grandiose thoughts? Are the articles and books just notebooks that she has piled up around the house there? Because nobody has tried to find the truth about Jody Sue and who she is more than I have. And I have found no articles, and I have found no books, not under the Brown name. And I know who her best friend is. I would have to go back in my screenshots and look. I've seen them talking on Facebook a lot. And it went back a couple of years even before Andy left. I think his name was Joshua or something along the lines of Joshua. Right, the Borum guy. That his last name is Borum. And the two girls that Crystal's Crime Time had tried to say and accuse that was harassing Jody Sue. I don't know if y'all ever caught, it was only up briefly, but Jody Sue told a story on one of her Facebook Lives one night when she was drinking about her and these two girls that was running a credit card scheme and something else. But then when they started to get caught, she said that she had already been to jail and blah, blah, blah. She basically just said that she turned on them, and they're the ones that ended up doing the jail time, and she walked. I don't remember exactly how the story went, but I do remember her saying that she was tangled up with these girls, and it was, over credit cards and things. And I believe that that is the two girls that she is now trying to say harasses her. Well, I would probably harass her too if I done prison time over one of her schemes. Hey, Tama, it's nice to see you. Hey, Vicky VA, it's nice to see you too. But the Barn guy, before they erased that all off of Facebook, I had found that months ago. It went back years, and it almost looked like it was a borderline romantic relationship. Because I thought, wow, she's on Andy about cheating, but here she is doing all this flirting and talking to guys online. And some of it was pretty it was in there. It was in the ballpark of, I would have considered it trying to cheat, or that excessive flirting. If I was in that relationship, I would have raised hell about my partner having that kind of online, quote, friendship. McBro says she has removed over 300 videos, backtracking all the inconsistent statements she has made, in my opinion. Well, McBro, she has. But the thing of it is between all of us, we have recorded most of all, if not all, of the important parts of those 300 videos that she has erased. And the great part of that is she is no longer making income off of Summer on those 300 videos that she has either privated or erased. So I hope she erases the rest of them too. Exactly, Baton Rouge. Baton Rouge says, I'm sure TBI has recorded each of them too. I'm pretty positive that they have. And like I said, if they haven't, between all of us together as a collective, we have her recorded. We have everything that she has ever said in her own words recorded. So please, Jody Sue, keep erasing those so you are no longer making income off the back of a missing 5-year-old girl that was your neighbor that you claimed to care about, but you never tried to help before she was missing or after. Right, Vicky VA says inconsistencies are very common when you are lying. Absolutely. I love how she talks of Lizzie and Chase. Her buddies in the shadows, I bet. Baton Rouge, I pulled out those shadows quite a while ago, and I believe that Chase has been her partner for quite a while now. I don't know anything about what Vicky has said. Hasn't she stated that she is bisexual? I don't know anything about that, and wouldn't care whether she is or she isn't. That does not have anything to do with Summer. McBro says, I think Gavel Geeks recorded them all. I hope she did. Absolutely, 100%. My email, Lady R, let me type it in here for you. Give me just a second. Let me pull it down. There you go. There's my email address. I do not use Gmail anymore, so if y'all happen to see the Gmail address flying around, like in a previous live from months ago, that email address is gone. I don't even have it anymore. Oh, you are so welcome. Baton Rouge said, it does if her and Candace were doing what Vicky said. Oh, yeah. And I absolutely do believe that was going on. Oh, welcome, Gavel Geeks. I am so glad that you are in here. Welcome, welcome. And I apologize, Miss Vicky. I did not realize what you were trying to ask. I thought it was just a general question on that subject. And, I just didn't want my channel to be, associated with any kind of negativity on that subject. But yes, if her and Candace did have a relationship like that, and I believe that is very possible, because there is times where you see Jody get really upset, and she's going to go over there and she is going to beat Don up. She is just going to kill him because of Don putting his hands on Candace. And she goes as far as saying things like, what did I tell you the night that Summer come up missing? What did I tell you was going to happen if you put your hands on her? Well, I would love to know what she did say to him that night was going to happen. I wondered then, because I was watching that live when she said that, and that was really the first thing that crossed my mind was, well, she's acting like a scorned lover. And she has a couple of times when it has come to Candace. But also she has a couple of times too when it's come to Don. So I wondered if she hasn't had something to do with both of them at one time or another. Now, the letters. I'm going to address the letters briefly. We had been, and when I say we, I'm talking about Krama Mama, Gavel Geeks, and we as a collective, and everybody that has been in these all-night gatherings and discussions and everything. And it has been brought to everybody's attention how Jody Sue will not send her daughter to school. She is supposed to be homeschooling that child. And we do not see how anything could be getting done when she keeps her up all night on these live streams. And just the things that goes on. That kid cannot be getting a proper education. And we have went with this and went with this and went with this. Well, when the first letter come out, and it said something about you have kept her from a proper education, I felt like that was a stab at possibly Jody Sue, or at least a clue. Because why else in this letter? Don is supposed to be addressing the people who has his child. So why would he choose education to address? Well, Jody Sue does keep her children from school. She does keep her children from a proper education. So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there and say that did cross my mind and make me wonder if Tim or Don was throwing that out there for a clue for us, or if they were throwing that out there for whatever reason, because we have addressed the education issue so much with Jody Sue. And it was the same thing in the second letter. There were things in the second letter that if you go back over it and you read it, that would pertain to the issues at hand with Jody Sue and her child that's still at home. Especially the education and the proper education and how that is stressed. Now, I've got 61 people in here. Well, Tama, that's a good observation. Tama says, could Jody Sue have written those letters for Don? There was a conversation, I believe, that Jody Sue had with Fizzle back when they first started talking, and in Discord. And she was telling Fizzle that she had a love for penmanship, for handwriting, and calligraphy, and things of that nature. So I do believe that other people have wondered the same things. That is she not in contact with Don again? Is she not the one possibly helping write these letters? But then you would have to wonder why somebody like A.F. Pennington would be involved with somebody with the likes of Jody Sue Brown, if that was the truth. But absolutely, anybody could be the writer of those letters, but I do believe that, Chris McDonough and Steve Johnson probably felt like Tim is the writer of those letters. And I'm guessing that Don Wells either called from jail and Tim just transcribed the letters for him. Oh, thank you, Mississippi Mud Pie. I so much appreciate that. That is the only super sticker I have gotten in like 2 months. I appreciate that. It means the world to me. How did I do with that, Gavel Geeks? Where was I at? But he's probably calling and Tim is just transcribing the letters, or he's sending them through email and Tim is transcribing the letters. There is, okay, now back to McBrose, she is very creative. McBrose said she is very creative. I give her that. Look at the titles and thumbnails of her channel. Got to give her credit there. Oh yeah, the woman is very creative. She's well read. Some of her stuff, kind of goes back to Shakespeare and things like that. If she would apply it and do something with it, she could get herself out of that box, and she could do a whole lot better than YouTube. Hey, Lauren. Yeah, Miss Vicky, I have got samples of his handwriting out on my community page, and we can see what Don's handwriting looks like. So we know that the handwriting is totally different there. So, all right. I have felt for a while that what justice that we might see come to Don and Candace may come down through CPS. And I don't know why I have felt that way. I just do. And I'm not the only one. There has been talk of, they have got an upcoming CPS case, and it's coming up pretty quick. That both of them have signed the termination of parental rights that Don set in the last meeting through Zoom. But anyway, each county has certain dates that they do family court on. And a friend of mine or an acquaintance, I'm not going to say friend, an acquaintance of mine has got family court on August the 3rd. And it is for a hearing. That is the only time in the month of August that I know of that Hawkins County is going to be doing any kind of trials, hearings, or anything. I believe that counter that Jody Sue has got running is a countdown to the CPS hearing in 2 days. It is 2 days. Another thing that makes me believe this, Jonathan Lee Riches dropped everything that he was doing and he took back off to Hawkins County for some reason yesterday. Nothing has been going on in Summer's case to make one drop what you're doing and run up there. If you are not a Tennessee resident, you cannot even get any information about who is on the docket for court, who is going to be testifying for court. And this information has been very hard to come by. And I believe that he took off down there, or up there, I don't know where he lives, up there, down there, whatever. I believe that he took off in hopes of being able to walk into that courthouse in 2 days. And I believe that that is what the counter is about. Okay, it would be up there for him. I believe whatever charges that CPS is going to bring about against Don and Candace could possibly be on the 3rd. And they could possibly even be calling witnesses like Jody Sue, like Andy, like a lot of people. Amanda, the last I checked, just a little bit ago, we was down to 2 days on that counter. I think that we're going to start seeing movement. I think we are going to start seeing a lot of things after Wednesday. And I am not saying I know for a fact that they are on that docket for the 3rd. I'm just saying when you call Hawkins County and you ask them when their court case is, they will hang the phone up on you. They will not answer any questions about when this court date is. Period. But I do know somebody that has a court case, a court hearing in family court. And I know that all of Hawkins County family court stuff will, the ones that set for hearings, will start being heard on Wednesday. So what do y'all think about that? The timing fits her countdown. We all know that there is going to be major movement in this case soon. And I do believe that they may use the boy's case to pin down Don and Candace. To try and get some answers out of them about where Summer is at. And look, Candace popped back up last night on YouTube. Why? Is her nerves getting the best of her? Is she back in the area away from whoever that's had their thumb on top of her? A lot of things has been going on. Y'all please go hit that like button. I don't know how to set where y'all can do that for me. But I do need y'all to go hit the like button for me and share out the stream. And my Cash App is running across my banner if anybody wants to help out. And we are selling memberships for 99 cents, cheaper than a cup of coffee. And anything will go towards helping the channel. I don't spend anything, even the membership money, I do not spend on anything other than like my Truth Finder apps, the apps that I use to make my videos. Everything goes back into the channel to better the channel. Everything. Jetta from Texas says, I think with video us a signal that it's time to come pick her up. Like when I post this, come get me at our spot. Because she can't call it. It would be traced. She thinks, oh, thanks, Cat's Eye. I appreciate that. She thinks all of her devices are hot, that the FBI trace all of her calls off her phones. And it's illegal for them to do that now. She's so ignorant. I certainly appreciate that, Cat's Eye. It means the world to me. No, it means the world to our channel. And this is our channel. It's not just mine. It's you guys' channel too. Because without you guys, I wouldn't even have a channel. But she thinks every device she has is hacked. That the FBI has got it hot and wired, and I don't know. She is Mississippi Mud Pie says, I've watched Valkyrie since day one, and if she has the resources, she can find out just about anything. Well, thank you, Mud Pie, and I certainly try. I did have to let like the Truth Finder app go and the Ancestry app go because I just did not have the resources for it. And that is something that I am trying to get back, is the full resources that the channel needs. No disrespect, Val, but an enhanced copy of her video was just posted, FYI. Oh, it's no disrespect to me. She's just upset that I let the cat out of the bag. She has posted something to the effect that if everybody that was involved with the scamathon doesn't send receipts to her lawyer, she was going to take down those creators. I don't think so. And it wasn't a scamathon. And I believe the courts are already involved in that marathon deal in Hawkins County. Hey, Lisa Kindheart, how are you? Welcome. Grab you a chair and have a seat. Come right on in. It's hard for me to find a time that I can go live now because usually every night when I think about going live, Krama Mama is live, or Gavel Geeks is live, or Benny is live, or somebody that is just huge is live. And I'm like, oh, what is the point? Why even try? Because there's no way that I can compete. So I just go over there and mod for them. Well, I mod for Krama Mama. I don't think I mod for Jenny, but most of the time she's on Krama Mama anyway, so but I love it. Hey, Sassy Brenda, how are you? Ever since summer's vigil, I have been sick. When I got up really high in that altitude, I got a upper respiratory infection, and I had my eardrum rupture and tear. And my ear is still not right. I can't hear out of my left ear. So a lot of the creators that use just the avatar, I can't really hear them. I need to be able to, see their lips move. But with people like Jody Sue Brown, could you imagine being deaf in one ear and trying to read her lips? I know that sounds funny, but it is really a nightmare. So I've had to quit watching her and just watch the clips that other people put out of her, because it is just absolutely a nightmare. But as far as trying to gather auditory information, it has been hard for me. So that's why you've not seen a lot of me. And like I said, some of the subscriptions that my channel needs, I've had to let my channel go. Or I've had to let those subscriptions go, not the channel. So that the intake of auditory information has just really decreased for me, so it's hard for me to get that information out to you guys. So here lately, the creators that I watch, they either have to speak loud enough that I absolutely have no problem hearing them with just one ear, or I have to be able to see their lips move. Right, my left ear's not right. That's funny, Mississippi Mud Pie. Right, she mumbles and she puts her hand over her lips, and she is just awful trying to make out what she's talking about when somebody can't hear. And then she speaks real low anyway, unless she's really pissed off about something. Hey Jaquetta, welcome to our channel. Pull up a chair. Miss Hattie said, it was so good to meet you and all the creators that came to the vigil. Oh, honey, I enjoyed meeting you too. It was so good getting to meet, a lot of my subs, and I enjoyed meeting a lot of the other creators, and I just enjoyed being there. Oh, thank you, Ursa Bruin. Welcome to the family. I appreciate that. It means the world to our channel. Thank you, Mississippi Mud Pie. Yes, please go back and like the video. Let's get it into the algorithm the best we can. And it's a very pretty name too, Jaquetta. Yeah, I'm mod for Karma Mama. She's, I think, the only one. No, I think I'm still a mod over on Duchess Discussions, and I'm mod for Dutchy some. But other than that, that's the only ones I really mod for. No, Just Tiff, I mod for her. She's a small channel, but y'all should really check her out. She's a really good. I have to listen to her on times too, also, just to understand what she's talking about. Right, Lisa, but I can't put an earbud or a headphone over in my ear or over that left ear, because they've tracked it to an external ear problem too, so it's actually something going on behind my eardrum. So even like the shocks, I can't even use those right now. But I have enjoyed being just a sub again for a while, and just kind of collecting in information and just taking a break and remembering why I started doing this in the first place. And that's, kind of been huge for me, just to sit back, listen to other people, enjoy being just a sub again, and remembering why I started creating. Why did I want a channel? Why did I want to be able to speak out for Summer or anybody? And I have also been helping look for a missing guy up here in Mississippi that's really close to me. And he's been missing for 40 days now. And every time they have a big search up there for him, I go and help what I can. So I've had my boots on the ground in another case. And his dog come back home that come up missing with him after, I want to say 20 something days. But I'm thinking maybe the dog either ran away from some captors or they dropped him back off, because this man is not anywhere within 20 miles radius of his home. It's in Jacinto, Mississippi, close to Burnsville. EquiSearch has run drones out there. The United Cajun Navy has come out there a couple of times and searched. Union City has come up and searched. We've had the National Guard bring helicopters, and the National Guard has searched. And the reason being is because this is really, really small community. And where he come up missing from, his home is in Prentiss County. You take 3 steps in one direction and you run into Tishomingo County. And you take another 3 steps in another direction and it's Alcorn County. I mean, it's kind of like the Wells home. You know how Greene County, Washington County, and Hawkins County is all just right there. Well, this is a closer proximity of 3 counties than that. I mean, it is just, and nobody in these little bitty communities really wants to take responsibility because nobody can afford it. And nobody has the resources. But the community still keeps coming out. Week after week after week. And we're still searching. So, nobody's gave up yet. The trees are thick. It's all country. Same problems that we encounter searching for Summer, with that thick overgrowth of trees, mountainous terrain, same thing. Now, I know I didn't spend a lot of time on Jody Sue's counter and why she was counting down, or why I believe she is counting down. But I have to be careful of what I say, because of the boys. And I hope y'all understand that I don't want to throw too much information out there. I just believe that counter has something to do with a CPS hearing coming up for the boys in 2 days. I think if CPS is successful in bringing charges against them, then TBI in Hawkins County may use that to apply pressure of where is Summer. Yes, Sassy Brenda, I run across that channel tonight, and I am just going to reserve my own opinions about that. But I did not see where any information was brought to the table out of the video that I seen tonight. I seen someone that kept calling the jail and harassing several officers about what time breakfast was served at the Hawkins County Jail so they could put out what time Don Wells was eating breakfast and what he was being served, just so that he could record an officer on the telephone. I don't get it. But that's just me. And I've only seen that one video. So until I see more, I am just going to well, like I said, I'm just going to put my personal opinions to the side until I can see more. But the one that I seen tonight brings something to the table. Right, Tracy. He's in isolation and not with the others in jail, so he is going to be served possibly even, a different tray. And, people that's been in jail a long time, oh, thank you, Ursa Bruin. I certainly appreciate that so much. It means the world to our channel. And I will use that to better our channel. People that has been in jail a long time have figured out how to manipulate the menus. And I know this because my brother spent quite a bit of time. The regular jail diets are pitiful. But if you say that you're of a certain religion, certain religious diets get more on their tray, and they get more trays per day than a regular prisoner does. They are required by law to honor these religious diets. For example, if you say that you are of one of the Jewish faiths, you get extra peanut butter on your tray. You get that extra tray of boiled eggs a day. You get, and that extra food when you're losing weight in jail, all that extra protein from the peanut butter and from the eggs and things like that, it helps. So you don't never know. So what I'm saying is, if I wanted to report on what Don Wells might be eating in jail, I would first find out if his particular religion is one of the religions that gets special trays in jail. Yeah, the kosher meals, that's... Hey, Tennessee Rose. And I believe like the Muslims have, certain things, they also get special trays. But first, like I said, if I wanted to report on what he was eating in jail, I would first find out if his religion is one of them that gets the special trays in jail, not just randomly ask what they're serving for breakfast that day, and then say, oh, well, this is what Don Wells is eating today. Because that may or may not be factual. Because if I remember right, his religion, he's supposed to be a vegan. Anyway, so he would be eating some sort of vegetarian or vegan tray and getting extra. I would be willing to bet that he is on that kosher, whatever. So for somebody to say, oh, well, I just called up there and they reported that they were serving bacon and sausage and eggs, and that's what Don had for breakfast this morning. Well, you report that, and then everybody in his religion may get very mad because they're not allowed to have meat. And that may not be the truth. Oh, you know that he's got plenty on his commissary funds, too. I heard that his commissary funds was maxed out when he went in there. Welcome to the family channel, Surfer. It means the world to the channel. Thank you so much, and it will be used to further to make the channel better. Thank you so much. Right? And I'm like that. I don't care if he gets anything extra either. But yeah, when he first went in there, people were saying that his books were loaded up by somebody, and it was maxed out on his commissary funds. So I'm not sure how that works, and I know, I have heard Cher talk about putting money on for his videos not for his videos, his email thing. Now, whether he ever used that or not, I know that she put enough on there for him to, or it was phone calls maybe. It might have been phone calls. It was either phone calls or emails. So I know that there's been money a couple times put for his phone calls and his emails. And yeah, Sonia, keeps him plenty. Yes, y'all, please hit that like button. And we appreciate it, Channel Surfer. I don't know that anyone has seen him or heard from him other than like Tim. And it still shows when you Google his name that he is being transported to Washington, D.C. And I don't know what that's about. Now, the investigator in Utah was able to talk to him via that chat link to Hawkins County. So we do know that an investigator from Utah has made contact with him in the Hawkins County jail recently. I don't know why a Utah investigator wouldn't tell the truth about that. And Jonathan Riches made a big deal about not being able to see him and being turned away. But what Jonathan Riches does not tell people when he's making those videos, that even if Don would agree to see him, he cannot be let into that jail to visit anybody because he is a felon. They do not let felons visit felons in the county jail. Period. And that's not I'm not slamming Jonathan. I'm not trying to down Jonathan. I'm just putting out a fact there that felons cannot visit felons when they're in the county jail. One incident in particular was, I remember one video that he put up to where he was holding an envelope and he was going to write a letter to Dawn, and he was going to say this and he was going to say that, and blah, blah, blah. Well, an inmate cannot receive mail from a felon either. So both of them could have got in lots and lots of trouble. So I guarantee you that that letter to Dawn was never mailed. And that's just right, stating a fact. I'm not trying to even put down another creator. I watch some of JLR's stuff, and some of it is interesting. Some of it he makes very good points on. But things like that, he could be more honest about. And say, well, I'm standing outside the Hawkins County Jail, but I personally cannot go in and see Don because they do not allow felons to visit felons. Hey, was his. Welcome Welcome, welcome. Hey, gossip, conspiracy. Welcome. Pull up a chair and join us. The only thing I am mad at him about, gossip and conspiracy says, I think JLR takes things too far, in my opinion. When he left Tennessee at Summer's Vigil and he was headed back to Florida, he stopped here in Lexington, Alabama, and it was nighttime. He went out to where Vicky White is buried at the cemetery there, and y'all can still find, he didn't take it down, it's still there. He made a video at night trying to find her grave at night where there's no light in a dark, small country town cemetery, and he's got a flashlight. And you can see him tromping across other people's graves. You can see him tromping across other people's flowers. You can hear the flowers and stuff crunching beneath his feet. I went out there the next morning. One of my loved ones was one of the victims of JLR's careless attempts to get at Vicky White's grave. And look, when he found her grave, he didn't say a prayer, he didn't say anything. He got a thumbs up photo and he tromped right back across those graves to get in his car. And I thought, well, how disrespectful. And I did, I left him a comment. I said, as a fellow creator, can you not have any more respect than to please don't tromp across my family's grave anymore? Or something to that effect. I don't remember exactly what I said because I was very upset. And, you know, he never tried to apologize to me. I'm sorry or anything. Oh, thank you, Mississippi Mud Pie. I appreciate that, and it means the world to our channel. Y'all please go hit the like button, get us into this algorithm. But yeah, I'm still a little bit upset about that. And I'm sure that as other people has went out there, you know, to check on their family too, that they've had to replace flowers as well. But he could have at least said, hey, I'm sorry about that or something, but he didn't. He just acted like it didn't happen. Hattie's Hunches and Inkling says, who do you trust then? I know an area that needs searching, and the creator I sent information to has not responded. At Valkyrie. Just send it to my email. That bunch of people that I was there in Hawkins County with its Summer's Vigil, I trust very much. There is some very good creators, honest creators, that's working really hard for summer. Absolutely. Miss Hattie, I met you at Summer's Vigil, remember? Oh no, I didn't go to the one at the Hawkins County Police Department. I just went to the other two. Right, Tracy? I don't know why he went there at night. I guess he thought maybe it would have the creepy effect of trumping, trying to find Miss Vicky's grave at nighttime. I don't know. Okay, see, I didn't even realize that we were on the Sullivan County side. I said Hawkins County because that was the side we stayed on. If you put gossip and conspiracy said, what did you say Don was going to Washington, D.C. at Val? For months, if you pull up his name, Donald Wells, but now keep in mind there's more than one Donald Wells. It says he is in transport to Washington, D.C., but it does not say where in Washington, D.C. It does not say anything more than that. None of us has been able to figure out why it says he's being transported there. Now there is an FBI card team holding facility where they question people involved in missing child cases in Washington, D.C. So I don't know if they have a hold on him if and when he is released from Hawkins County. McBro says, I find some creators never say thank you for clips you send. Then some are wonderful and drop you a thanks. I've moved away from creators like that who have no thanks for information you shared with them. Exactly. I don't blame you at all. Cat's Eye says that McBro, I love your clips. Oh, McBro has some good clips and a good channel. If you're not subbed to McBro, that's a channel I would recommend. It's not a big channel, but it's always good clips. Jetta from Texas. I think it meant Washington County because Hawkins is downsizing because of staff shortages, so moving folks to Washington County. That's good information, Jetta. Thank you for that. Gossip says, I will call and ask. All they can do is tell me they can't answer that. That's what they tell all of us. I feel like they are going to use the Utah thing for him to talk. That's what I think, too. I'll put it down here. I'll type it in, Miss Hattie. Y'all give me just a minute to type this email in. And anybody that needs my email, I'm fixing to type it in for you right there. Yeah, I definitely think that they are going to use the Utah thing to apply a lot of pressure. I caught the Utah news here about a month ago, and I have a video where Weber County is asking for people to come forward in a essay ritual religious abuse case that's 30 years old. It does not release any details of what religious group it is or any information of who it could be tied to or anything, but just with them saying that much information, and they do say that it has other states involved. I felt like that they were talking about the same case. And I've never shared anything, so let me see if I've even have the ability to I don't, because it has to be in my Google Slides, and I don't have it in my Google Slides. Let's see. Anyway, on my thumbnail, it has got a picture of a Utah police officer's patch, an arm patch, so you can't miss it. And it hasn't even been a month ago. A lot of people didn't even look at that video, but that video, I felt like, was definitely attached to this case. Well, I just got this little Chromebook when I come back from Tennessee, from the vigil. Up until then, I was just using an iPhone. So I'm just learning even how to use a computer or a Chromebook or anything. So I'll learn this. Y'all just have to bear with me. Oh, I think most definitely that they wanted people to see it. And like I said, I couldn't get anybody else to pick up on it and share it. So that might be something that, y'all may can clip and help me get out there, because I think people definitely need to see that Utah is moving on this, and it's not just an SA case, that it involves trafficking, it involves religious abuse, it involves more than just a couple of little girls getting essayed. When they say 5 or 6 have come forward and could be more, there's a reason why they say it could be more. Where's who at? Candace? I think that Candace, I think as of today, she's back in Hawkins County. Because of the YouTube video that came out this morning. And that's because I believe, in my own personal opinion, that they have a court hearing coming up in the next couple of days. If she's going to DCS court. She better be, because I believe that that's where she's going to be read her charges at. And I think when DCS puts charges on them for things that has happened to the boys, I think that's when they're going to start turning around and turning in people in that creek that was selling it to them. People in the creek that was just handing it to the boys to take back home with them. Because nothing can convince me that Candace walked her happy ass down that hill every time something was took from Andy and Jody Sue's house back across to 110. You know she sent those boys. Even if they're not innocent of even if those poor kids are not innocent of some things, they are innocent because the adults knew better than to put them in the position for them not to be innocent. A child only knows what they are taught. I was an EMT for many years, and I have seen so much shit that I wish that I could forget half of it. And every bad situation that I ever seen with a child involved with it, there was always an adult behind it. Or a lack of an adult. Therein. You teach a child to pray, they'll pray. You teach a child to slay, they'll slay. Simple as that. Oh, absolutely, McBro. McBro says, I do feel that LE or TBI should have at least made a statement like, we are investigating this claim of drug sales in light of Miss Brown's statement, but no, nothing. I agree. I'm not that far from you, conspiracy. Shoot me an email. Sorry guys, I'm trying to find my charger for this Chromebook real quick. I've got 6% left, so bear with me just a minute. Let me get this thing on a charger. That should do it. I've been up there a few times. Lawson says there is no drug problem. He is a liar. There is a big drug problem in that county. Maybe if he is somewhere on that drug wheel and he is collecting funds off of that drug wheel, that might be part of the problem. And what tells you this is he keeps running unopposed year after year after year. Why is it that nobody, not one citizen, will even stand up and run against that man? Well, I live in the mountainous areas here where it doesn't seem like it's as bad here as it is there. But, there was a bad problem around here with people putting drugs in like skull cans and throwing the skull cans in people's yard to deliver the drugs, and then picking up the money out the mailboxes. And the reason I know that this was a problem is because animals were dying. And kids were getting their hands. Small kids were getting their hands in the drugs. Anybody could do better than him. And he is the reason that county is broke. Have you ever stopped to look at how many times that county has been sued because of him? Now, yes, the insurance pays out any lawsuits, but who pays the attorney fees? The county does. So there's your problem with the money in the county and why the county stays broke. Just do some digging and look at how many times the sheriff's department and Ronnie himself has been sued. Yes, and then the insurance premiums go up too. But it's a lot. More than any sheriff's department that I have ever looked into. And depending on how long these lawsuits are drawn out, I mean, the county is constantly paying these lawyers. And what, 110 an hour, 150 an hour, 75 an hour? I don't know, but I'm sure that it's a good chunk of money. Yeah, they just got a huge settlement from Purdue Pharmaceuticals. It's not a pharmacy. I'm sorry. Purdue Pharmaceuticals. You don't hear them talking about any of those millions during these board meetings. But you hear them talk about how the county has no money and the county has no money and the county has no money. Well, what about all these millions that you just got from Purdue? And I know for a fact that you got from Purdue. Where's all these millions of dollars? Where's it at, Ronnie? Why not use some of that to redo your 911 system? Why not use some of that to improve your pay scale? Oh, but we've not heard you mention anything about that huge settlement that you just got from Purdue. And that would be ideal, is to put that money back into your 911 system. Since it come from a bunch of drug overdoses anyway. Well, I have never seen the first vet bill or anything to support her claims of that dog being poisoned. And if they turned that dog loose, just say, for example, I don't know this is just an example I'm going to put out there. If they turned Big Heckin loose on, like Jackie Dobbs out there, would you not put poison around your property too? I say, if those dogs was missing off that property that day, and they were gone all those hours, that they were down there in the Chambers fence. Look no further than the two people that knew that she was missing before her own mama did. And like I said, what was going on between these two individuals, that they were together anyway at the time of Summer's disappearance. One from each end, different ends of the road. One from the end of the road and one from the beginning of the road. But yet they were both out there, one walking the banks and one in the creek, both looking for this little girl before her own mama knew that she was missing. What were these two doing together anyway? In Don's own words, he says, soon as I saw my neighbor Don, my heart sank and I knew she was gone. Right. And again, I've raised the same kind of dogs that Jody Sue Brown's got. I post pictures of my dogs sleeping with cats, cuddled up with kittens. What's the problem here? It's just like kids. You teach them to be gentle, and they will be gentle. You teach them to act like killers, and they are going to act like killers. Sometimes it's the owner is the problem. Just like the parent. Sometimes it's the parent or the adult that is the problem. I have raised these bullies for over 20 years now. That one that y'all see the picture of the most, she's 14. She'll be 15 in November. I had her dad, I had her mother, I had her uncle, I had her grandpa. Yeah. And none of them were vicious or mean dogs. None of them. I wonder if they found any pictures of Summer in with any of Surfy Jr.'s stuff. Out of any of his 100 or 1,000 whatever pictures of his child P. I'm going to say no. For the simple reason is that man lived more than 20 miles away from that creek. I would say if either one of the Sherfies is involved, that Sherfy Sr. would be more likely to be involved through the network of Sullivan County officers that seem to be in play here, like with Officer Biggins and Officer Haas and a couple of other officers over in Sullivan County that seem to like children. So if I was going to blame one of the Sherfies, I guess I would look towards Sherfy Sr. before I would look for the son that was 20 miles away. Well, Boswell and Sherfy Jr. lived right down the street from one another. There was talk at one time about, there was something about her boyfriend being involved. I'm trying to remember now. I didn't get involved with the Boswell case, but at one point there was some talk about her boyfriend being involved with the baby coming up missing. And people wondered if Sherfy Jr. was not her boyfriend. And then something come up to where it was somebody else. And I don't remember his name. But I did know that there was a possibility that Sherfy Jr. would come up as Megan Boswell's boyfriend. Oh, wow. Yep, Hunter, that's right. But I know that Sherfy just lived right down the street from Megan. But what I want to know is why they wanted to blame every Don that lived near that creek within a 20-mile radius before anybody wanted to look at the Don that was actually searching the creek with Jody Sue Brown before the child's mother even realized that she was gone and was looking for her. Supposedly. Y'all give me just a minute. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab me some ice real quick. Y'all, please don't forget to hit the like button. Sorry about that. That's the one thing I'm going to miss about not doing lives on my telephone is moving around the house with it. And until I can put my headphones back in, this is just the way it is. So I appreciate y'all's patience with me. Thank you, Tennessee Rose. I appreciate that so much. I don't know how to set moderators in here. That's one thing that I have got to learn how to do is set my moderators. I know how to do it on the phone, but when I click on you guys on here, it only gives me a couple of options, and none of them are for moderators, so I'm not sure how to go about doing that. And the moderators that I had set, the ones that are set from on my phone, do not work in StreamYard. I don't get that. I'm a creature of habit. When I let my dog out, as soon as I come back in the house, I deadbolt the door, I put the chain back on the door, and I lock the knob. And that is just how I live. I guess I was that way before I got divorced and the kids moved out. But I have just been vigilant about it since I have been single. And it's not a time that I do not forget to bolt that door behind me. And I would suggest anybody getting into that habit. I don't care if you've got guns in the house. I don't care if you've got dogs in the house. Most people that are going to harm you, they're going to pass your house up if they have to break through locks or windows. They will move along to the next house 99% of the time. Ask people that have sat in jail for breaking and entering, theft, anything like that. What got you caught? And most of the time they'll tell you it's because they took the time to pick somebody's locks or try coming in through locked windows or locked doors. And men that RAPE women will, the ones that are sitting in prison, will tell you the most successful RAPESs that they had was coming through unlocked windows and unlocked doors. Absolutely. People are not going to take the time to get through 2 or 3 sets of locks. That is too much time wasted. Because if they're wanting sex, they are wanting to get in and get out. And most of the time, they've already been scoping out houses, and they know which one of these women leave their front doors open, their front doors unlocked, windows open all night, things like that. Miss Hattie, you know, that is one of the major things that caused my divorce, is my own husband that I was supposed to trust, Mickey'd me. He thought that it would be fun, it would just be a night of fun. And he didn't consider that to be a felony or a crime because we were married. He thought that I would find it as funny as he did. But I did not find it funny at all. Didn't find it one bit entertaining. When I woke up the next day, I woke up in a daze, and I sat up in the bed, and it took me a few minutes to even realize, even when I had fell asleep the night before, I didn't have much memory of anything. And he kept asking me, are you okay? Are you okay? And I knew that was odd. And he was like, what's wrong? What's wrong? And I'm like, I don't know, but something isn't right. And he brought me a cup of coffee, and he was like, well, you're acting strange. And I'm like, I feel really strange. I said, something is not right here. And a woman knows when she's had sex, regardless. I don't care who you are. A woman knows when she's had sex. I don't care who you are. And I knew by the way that my body felt. And I was sore all over. I was sore from the top of my head to the bottom of my feet. And I knew that things had been done to me that I would not have allowed to have been done to me. Had I had any say-so about it. And it was just a very, very sad. I didn't trust him anymore. It destroyed a 14-year marriage. He had Mickey'd me while we were out, and he carried me in past both of our kids and into the bedroom and undressed me, told the kids that I had a seizure and I had got sick while we were out. I am prone to having seizures, so the kids did not question it. So he was able to walk me past both of my grown children, or almost grown. One was like 20, 21, and the other one was like 17. My daughter come in the bedroom and helped him undress me. Not knowing what was about to occur to me. And that was the part that upset me the most, was he involved my children. Hey Sarah, how are you? And you're right, Tracy, if they do it once, they'll do it again. She doesn't. Not against me, anyway. And I think they are more hurt at him for tearing the family apart than they are actually for what he done. I don't think that they have the capacity to truly understand yet. Because he stuck to, even all the way through court, he stuck to, you can't RAPE your wife. she consented the day that she said that she would marry me, and he really stuck to that all through court, and he really filled the kid's head up with that and used that as a defense. So I don't think, had the capacity to really understand exactly what he did, other than just really tear the family apart. So I think that's what hurt him the most, was that the family unit was tore apart by whatever. So there's my tragedy, guys. Right? I don't know what got into him. But I have enjoyed my time by myself, I guess. And I kind of like being single. I certainly am not looking for another full-time situation, that's for damn sure. It's peaceful here with just me and that animals. I come and go when I want to. I don't have anybody to answer to. There's nobody fussing and griping about when supper going to be done and washing my clothes or any of that bull crap. Jody Sue Brown never has pictures or flyers of Summer up, or never shows her picture because she knows where she's at. Simple as that. Jody Sue Brown is scared that somebody might see a picture or flyer of Summer up and think that she's serious and turn her ass in. Exactly, Cat's Eye. Back in the very beginning of this thing, did any of y'all ever make the mistake of thinking that Jody Sue had a child that was about 4 years old? I'm going to have to find the video that I done on it because this was back when she was doing Facebook Lives. There was a small child there with her, and I made a video, and she had said something about how old that child was, and I had made a video about Jody Sue and her 4-year-old or something, and somebody made a comment. Jody Sue didn't say 4, she said 14. That's not a small child you seen. That was a 14-year-old. No, it wasn't. I don't know whose child it was. And I'm positive that she said 4 years old, not 14. But I'm going to have to go back and rewatch every video I ever made and find it again. Back in the beginning, it seemed like there was a small child that she used to show occasionally under a blanket asleep at night, about 10:30 every night. And then all of a sudden it just quit. And it was like after I had said something about it is when she quit. Could it be one of her brother's kids? Sure. Could it be one of her sister's kids? Sure. I'm not saying it was Summer, but I know what I heard. Sure, Tracy, it could have been Marlena's. It could have been, like I said, one of her brother's kids. I know her brother's got a little girl. And this was back before her brother passed away. Yeah, I'm not saying it was Summer because I never seen the little girl's face. But I know what I seen and I know what I heard. And she would show this child under asleep at night and talk about that was her baby. The littlest of her littles. Well, I call my grandbaby my baby too. So, just because I say my baby doesn't, mean my baby. Exactly. They are breeders for sure. Ooh, I wish I lived close enough and we would have a ice cream party. I love ice cream. I don't have any left at home, but I do enjoy them when they come by and visit. And then I'm ready for them to go back to their house for sure. I used to call mine my curtain climbers. Maybe the next time I'm up that way, we can all meet somewhere and do ice cream or something. When I was up there before, I didn't get to I wanted to get some more SB7 Spirit Box readings. I didn't get to do as many of those as I wanted to, or I didn't get to go to as many places as I wanted to get those. The ones that I did get were good. And then one of the places that I wanted to check out over on Reservoir Road was loaded with cameras. And last time I checked, I only needed like 52 more subscribers to reach 2,000. Maybe I can get those in the next couple of days. Oh yeah, my dad used to make homemade ice cream too, with the hand churn and the ice and the salt and everything. I don't know how to do it, but my grandma and my dad did. I'm sure the ice cream churns have instructions and everything, but it was so good. If not, they'll just end up being milkshakes, and we can just add like a squirt of caramel or a squirt of chocolate and stick a straw in it. Well, even if they're all electric now, that's just less work though, right? We stayed a night in Scott County, Virginia, the last time I was up there, and that was a beautiful place. It was just like a few miles from Kingsport. And it was a Airbnb, like bed and breakfast. This house had been built in like 1736. And it was just beautiful. The floors, the walls. Was like pre-Revolutionary War, right? And my paranormal equipment was just constantly going off in this house. It was wild. I'll have to tell you, that would be like a whole different live. Oh yeah, like fresh blackberries and fresh strawberries and the ice cream. I got some hella readings out there at Mount Carmel Church. Hella readings. The temperature gauge kept going off, and it would just get closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. I don't know what it was about that particular. Was it? I'll have to go back and look if it was Mount Carmel. Yes, it was Mount Carmel. It's Mount Carmel that has the prayer garden set up in it. Or is it Solomon's Temple? Whichever one of those churches has got the where her prayer garden is set up, and then it's got the swings, and then it's got the graveyard. Okay, well, it was at Solomon's. Whichever one that was, we was at both of them, and it was dark outside. But wherever the swing is at between the prayer garden and the cemetery, that's church right there. It was where I was at. And the SB7 box kept going off, and the temperature gauge kept going off. And I was getting some hell of a readings, and whatever it was following me. It was wild. So do y'all think any court on God's green earth would accept any testimony on Candace's behalf from somebody like Jody Sue? Sometimes they come through, and sometimes if they're at peace, they just don't step through. But if there's a message or something, I sure can. what I do if I do readings for people, I start off doing like a generalized reading or a pendulum reading. And I just see who steps out for you. I don't try to reach across and pull out a certain person, because a lot of times you don't get good results. You may not pull the right thing through. But just see who steps out for you and what message that they have. Two things that's consistent that I've got from summer is mud, lots of mud. And I mean, that's one thing that has been stressed for months is mud. Just lots of mud. And I fell into it. Whatever that is, I fell into it. Yes, I do. I mean, I've gotten a lot of things from Summer's case, but the two things that has been consistent is the mud. Mud has always, always, always been consistent. We have sinkholes here too. And I have wondered about those sinkholes. But you would think that a sinkhole would be noticeable to searchers because they don't close back up. And I have been on enough searches working with search and rescue to know that they don't close back up. If you haven't already hit the like button, hit the like button, and let's get this out into the algorithm about Jody Sue's countdown and the CPS case possibly in 2 days, because the third is some other cases that are being um, heard in Hawkins County Family Court on the 3rd. Oh, I wasn't talking just to you. I was talking to everybody. But email me. I do dream analysis. I do believe that in visitation dreams, I believe in dreams having meaning to them. I can tell y'all can go back to the very first video that I ever made about Jody Sue. And that was when she was still appearing on True Crime Commentary. And I called it then that she was a nasty, nasty person. Whether or not she has any direct involvement, she has a whole lot of indirect involvement. And she is a nasty, nasty person. And when I say nasty, I mean she's got a nasty disposition. Thank you, Miss Hattie. I will look at it and I will email you back. Hey, Lisa, how are you? Come in and pull up a chair. Hit the like button if you haven't already. Yeah, what do you like to be called? Gossip and conspiracy? Do you go by T, or what does everybody call you? I'm good, Miss Lisa. How are you tonight? I watch your channel. I've just recently found it, like maybe in the last month or two. No, about the last month and a half, I guess, that I found your channel. I like it. It's a good channel. But she's very, Jody Sue is very vile. And I guess I was probably one of the first people to call her out, because at the time, what was going on with the other channel, we was not allowed to speak out against Jody Sue. You know, everybody thought that she was just a victim. She was just a victim then. And that was the main reason that I became a creator, was to speak out against her. She gave me bad vibes from the get-go. I mean, just from the get-go. I mean, with it, she said something about, now this is not verbatim, but it was something about Summer falling off the hill and other regular stuff, or other normal stuff. And I thought, wait a minute, you mean to tell me that her falling off that hill is normal? And that was really the first thing that made me snap my head sideways, and that was before I ever seen the videos about her Oh, I do believe that they are doing satanic crap over in Beach Creek. And not just Beach Creek, in several parts of Tennessee. And it's not pagan. It's not witchery. There's a difference. It's satanic. I have lived in these Appalachian mountains all my life. Before that, my mother and daddy lived in these Appalachian mountains. And before that, my grandmother, my great-grandmother, what used to be referred to as granny witches in these Appalachian mountains were simply folk healers. They were not the type of witches that sacrificed things, that prayed to the devil, any of this stuff. These people were seen in church every Sunday. These were the people that birthed your babies. These were the people that healed you from every sickness that you've ever known. And that's the kind of witches that the Appalachian Mountains produces. The Appalachian Mountains do not produce, which is like what Jody Sue Brown would like for you to believe. I've known a lot of granny witches. And I have never seen an animal harmed, a person harmed, a bunch of them out dancing in the moonlight around a bonfire. Never witnessed any of this. Never seen runes written in blood. All that is satanic. All that is of the devil. And that's what she's doing. Whatever she is doing did not come from these Appalachian Mountains. Whatever she's doing come from someplace else. It come from a place of the devil, of hell, of drugs, of porn. All this comes from the same place. A sick part of your brain. All these folks that live in this Beach Creek area, they have a few things in common. And it starts with that addiction center of the brain. The first thing is they're all strung out on that crocodile, meth, alcohol, anything that will alter the human mind, they're doing. And then it's sex. And because they are tapped so deep into that addiction center and that control center of their mind, they cannot get off on regular sex anymore. So they started putting that pornography in their TV. And they started watching that while they were high. And it became like a feeding frenzy. When they couldn't get off on that anymore, they tried seeking out something different. And what they found was something younger. Couldn't find any drugs any stronger. Couldn't find any normal sex any kinkier. So they had to find something that would still titillate that addiction center of their brain. So they moved down to a younger version of it. and they started watching that. And there's one of Jody Sue's videos where she's explaining Andy watching porn. And she will explain how she noticed that he's watching younger and younger and younger and younger and younger. And she watches this happen. And as she's watching it happen, do you think that she called anybody and said, hey, my boyfriend is watching underage pornography? So when they reach a point to where this material is not obtainable anymore, they have to make their own, or they have to reach out to people with their own likeness to obtain it. So they reach out to sickos across the creek like Frank Light, or they have people like Biggins and Hass go to places like Website X, and they keep obtaining this material. And when the material no longer titillates that brain for them anymore, they move to the real thing. Well, if a 12-year-old, if watching it is exciting, what would it be like if I could just get my hands on one? And that's when every child within a 200-mile radius is in trouble, because these drug addicts with this criminal mindset is now on the hunt. Sometimes they find it with their own teenage daughters, stepdaughters, family friends, family members. And they trade up with one another's kids. And I imagine this is what has been going on in this creek for a long time now. So when the 12-year-old no longer gets them a stiffy, they start watching 8 to 10-year-olds. And they watch that for a while. And that's good. And then that's not like if I, until these, that Summer's age. 3, 4, 5 years old. And you have got a grown man with no morals that is obviously very sick in the head, alone with a very young child until he hurts one. And oh my goodness, what does the community do when one of these kids comes up hurt or worse? If they tell it, everybody is going down. Everybody's kids are at risk. Everybody that's surrounding them, their kids are at risk. Everybody in a 200-mile radius that's had anything to do with these people, their kids are at risk. Their dirty secrets are at risk. So everybody sits there with their mouth shut, and they help these sick bastards cover up this crime. And let me ask y'all something. If we know that Candace has been messing with underage boys, just say we can see it on her Facebook for the last 3 years. And they've been in that area for, 12 years? How many boys has there been up there that we don't know about? And vice versa on Dawn. How many underage kids other than Allie's has been a part of this? You think that there's only 3, 4, or 5 in Utah that's come out? How many is there going to be by the time this is all said and done? People are wondering why this case has not been open and closed and done with. No arrests made, and it's only been a year. How many? That was a trap house, y'all. Every one of those kids that come from New York had their heads shaved, just like Summers. That's what I think of that New York trip. You know what else I think of that New York trip? That I have not been able to find a death certificate on Jose or an obituary on him. The only obituary I've been able to find on Jose is an obituary that was written on Facebook. That man ain't no deader than I'm dead. They are going to find people strode all across. I said 200 miles, but you might as well say if this thing is going to go out of the state of Tennessee for sure. It's probably multi-state by the time it's said and done. Like I said, if you want to go look at the video that I posted from Utah, they say that their investigation is multi-state. That 32-year investigation is multi-state. So from Utah to New York that we know about. It's said that Allie's kids got taken. But wasn't her kids already in the care of the grandmother? Allie didn't have custody of her kids, if y'all remember right. The grandmother had custody of her kids because she was a hoarder. And she had had issues with CPS before. So why would CPS even be drug testing her when she doesn't even have custody of her kids? Grandbun had custody of her kids. I know what they said. But I'm just saying, what if and I don't know this is a fact, but it did cross my mind. What if they're just saying that so people will leave Allie alone and not be asking Allie for interviews and no YouTubers snooping around there? And then they might could move 3 other kids in there and keep those other 2 or 3 kids together. I don't know, that scenario just crossed my mind. Foster homes are so hard to come by, especially foster homes of family or people that the kids know. I know Sherry was in trouble Now that is a fact. Sherry is Allie's mother, and she had custody of her other daughter's children at one time. Well, Sherry got in trouble with CPS for something over Sullivan. What did Dolly say, Hattie? Dolly's not one that I watch. It's not that I dislike him or anything. His lives are just so long, I can never stay awake through one of them. But I know that, Allie would, fuss and raise hell all the time. You know what I went through with CPS in New York and blah, blah, blah. Why would you even put my kids in danger and da-da-da. And they said that she was a real stickler about things like that. Yeah, I kind of figured that. I never thought he was. Thank you so much, Miss Hattie. I appreciate that. You are a sweetheart. That saved me a lot of time trying to go through there and find that. And I know that my other subs appreciate that too. Oh, and about these burner phones. So, I go into Walmart and I'm looking through the straight talk phones and the track phones and stuff like that. And the guy comes over and he's like, "Can I help you?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I need a burner phone." And he's like, "Well, what do you call a burner phone?" And I'm like, "One that can't be tracked." And he laughed. And I said, "No, seriously." I said, one that my ex won't know that I have. I said, one that I can hide from my ex and do this with or that with. And he said, "Lady," he said, "since the invention of Bluetooth and Wi-Fi," he said, "there is no such thing as a true burner phone now." He said, "So much of what you do online carries over with you from phone to phone." He said, "This isn't like it was back in the early 2000s or the late 90s, he said, every move you make, somebody knows where you're at. He said to even register like these Verizon no contract phones, you have to have an email address to even open an account. With Straight Talk, they retain all your data information from either AT&T or Verizon, whether you're on the Verizon tower or the AT&T tower. And he went on and on, telling me, the differences in each one of these supposed to be burner phones. And he said people may think that they're buying burner phones, but he said the only thing that they're doing now is buying a no contract phone. So, yeah, right? If you have a Straight Talk or something like, all you have is a no contract phone, not a burner phone. I agree with you, Tracy. Tracy said Allie was partying up there on that hill too when Don was gone to Utah. To me personally, the whole group were nothing but liars. I don't know if you caught the video that I put up, but everybody was saying, oh, well, Don had to rush home because Candace had his land for sale. That was why Don was rushing home, was because Candace had his land for sale and she was fixing to sell it to Jeffy. Well, I clipped it where Don tells everybody, or tells the behavior panel, that he is the one that put that land for sale and he was wanting to move everybody to Utah. And Candace is the one that stopped the land sale. That she is the one that wanted to stay in Tennessee. The phones can be thrown in the ocean, but all the data remains. Because you go to Facebook and you log back in on Facebook, and what happens? You log back in on Snapchat, and what happens? And even if you don't use the same email address, you've probably used the same name or a version of your name on Facebook, and the police ends up getting a subpoena for Facebook, and they get every email address that you've ever used on Facebook. And then they send out subpoenas to all those companies, and then bam, there's all your email addresses in law enforcement's hands. Well, I knew that they could subpoena Facebook because that was one thing that my ex had done to me is he had actually hacked my phone through my email, and he had got into my Facebook, and the law enforcement had sent subpoenas to Facebook to get the IP addresses of every login, every email address associated with that IP address. What else did they get? They got a list of crap from Facebook. It took them a while to get it because it was during COVID, the first COVID. But they got it. And it pinpointed exactly the phone that it come from. I am positive that law enforcement had already recorded and got a copy of everything that her or Don had ever put on YouTube. No, I did not know that there was another JSB YouTube channel. Is it called Jody Sue Brown or? Oh, I'm sure that it's hers. She's probably trying to move all those videos over to a different channel so she can monetize them under something else. I know that she's got one more, but it's not under Jody Sue Brown. It's under a troll account that I've been watching for a few months. Mississippi Mud Pie, no, I haven't, but I've seen her with the lady behind her that looks like she's wearing a Wisconsin like where she works in a Wisconsin hospital. Okay, that's it, lady, or she's just changed the name of it. That's her super secret channel that only her members know about. It had a bunch of videos on it, so if it's completely wiped now, she's wiping everything. Mississippi Mud Pie, can you drop that shirt or that picture to me in my email, please? Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I didn't know anything about the Wisconsin Missing Persons Gathering. Maybe a few of us need to go to Wisconsin and drop off a whole bunch of flyers and go door to door and drop off flyers and make all these communities aware, because it seems like there's a kid that looks a whole lot like Summer being seen out in public places around there. And it just makes me wonder how they can just be out and about with this child and it's never reported. Is it like, do they not know that she's a missing child? Hey, sweet sativa. How are you? Well, McBro, it probably has something to do with a CPS hearing in a couple of days. Jody can't have her own words referenced and used against her from her very own channel. Excuse me, I've got the hiccups in the last minute or two. Oh, thank you, Lady R. I will get back with you. I've not heard anything about Indiana since the phone call. Chase and Tiffany Marie said that she was supposed to be in Indiana. The two Satans now have been in Wisconsin that I know of. It's good to see you. For those of you that's just coming in, please don't forget to go hit the like button. Our channel memberships are 99 cents tonight, same as a cup of coffee. Cheaper than a cup of coffee these days. Well, I don't think these sightings are fact. Other than just what people on YouTube are saying is fact. I'm going to look at this picture when I can get to my email. See if I can find my phone. Maybe the cat ate it. I ain't sure. Let's see. I don't know. Not sure where my phone is at. I'm looking, guys. Y'all bear with me just a second. I'm looking for my phone so I can start checking these emails and looking at these things that y'all are sending me there. It hasn't come in yet, Mississippi Pie. Thank you, Lady R. Mississippi, check the address again. Unless it was a large attachment and it's just taking time to come through. But if you sent it at 12:46, it should be coming in. All right, Heather, I appreciate you coming in tonight. I'm fixing to close it down for the night anyway. We've been on here for almost 4 hours, y'all. I've never had a 4-hour live, but it has been great. Why don't you shoot that to me, McBro? I've never seen those timeline texts. Never. Definitely email me. I will, and my email address is pinned up there on the screen. But I'm fixing to drop it again. Have a good night, Lisa. You got stopped at a long set of lights. No doubt, Tracy, no doubt. Alright, guys, I appreciate everybody hanging in here with me. It has been awesome. And all of you guys that have become members tonight, I appreciate that. We have been needing to grow for so long. I love each one of y'all so much. And like I said, without my subs, I would just be me just sitting here talking to myself, and that would not be any fun at all. It would not be fun. And if this isn't fun, I just don't want to do it anymore. I have made so many, good friends since I have been doing this. When I lost my child back last July, or it would be July before last now, since today is August the 1st, July of 2021. I don't know what I would have done this past year without my subs. My subs in this little small community of family that I have made here has helped me hold my crap together, and every day has given me a little bit of strength just to pull forward and just keep struggling, just keep keep on doing, and I appreciate that so much. Y'all just don't know how much you mean to me. Right, Heather? It's when I answer myself back that we're in trouble. But I do. I want y'all to know how much I appreciate every one of you. Because there was times that, I didn't feel good. And all I had to do was just log on. And there was somebody ready to help me make my day a little bit brighter. So. Alright. Well, we are going to log off. And everybody say a prayer tonight for Summer Moon Utah Wells. And let's hope that we can get this baby found. I'm not a prayer out loud, but I pray a lot to myself. So, alright, good night, you guys. I love all of you.